right. Welcome back to the course. This lecture will discuss the influences of implementing PSS design in a company and also in the value network where that focal company is in. Okay, and also I will partly discuss the transformation of the organization. In this particular course, I will give some more information about what a systemic change means in this context. Then, as I said, after this course, you should be able to describe what are the PSS influences on the organization, value chains, and their transformations. So, first, I would like to get back to the beginning of this course, meaning that I want to remind you about what this course has been, what this course has been meaning at a large context. I've been working on this topic more than 2 decades, and me telling the implications of PSS is obviously biased. So it's better to ask some sort of non-expert in PSS. And then this is a quote I took from a business newspaper in 2017. The newspaper is issued in Japan and talking about the business sort of evolution over time. And the article discussed 2 different companies, 2 multinational giant companies. Both were doing rather well, financially speaking. It's Toshiba and Siemens. They were rather similar to each other in terms of business industrial sectors they were in. And at the time, 2017, one company was in a big financial trouble. The other was rather doing well. So the newspaper looked into what were the factors that made such a significant change between the 2 companies. What they say is Company S acquired other companies as partners who specialized in software and IoT businesses. And this article specifically pointed out the decreasing importance. So non-importance in selling off physical products and also scaling up the sales of physical products, increasing the number of products sold and taking a larger market share in terms of the number of products sold and thereby enhancing the scale of economy, etc., etc. So the point here is the what are the sort of rules of the competition have been changing. So the scale of economy caused by the number of products sold is not at least as important as it used to be. So here, clearly, you see the trend shifting towards product service provision from product sales businesses. So this is what we have been addressing, right, in this course. And this is the scale, this is the magnitude of the scale that PSS could impact on a manufacturing organization. And as I said multiple times from the beginning, the shift is not easy. It's challenging, it can be difficult, and that's why you have been learning how to support practitioners, business leaders, realize that through adapting the way of doing design, addressing products and services upon systems, etc. All right? And as I said at the beginning of this lecture, a systemic change has been a key word for this course and in the topic of PSS. And I'm giving one example that we learned from a close collaboration with a manufacturing company of construction equipment. In the coming 3 slides, we performed lifecycle costing from the provider point of view. And we made a calculation of the monetary cost for providing a functional unit of providing a construction machine. We set up 3 different scenarios, and in each of the 3 scenarios, we calculated, in the case of product sales and also product service system, product as a service sale. Okay. So in total, we calculated 6. We made 6 calculations. Okay. So please compare scenario 1 in PaaS, product as a service, versus scenario 1 of product sales. Okay. So this is how you should look at this picture. So one clear observation is PaaS is more expensive for the provider compared with product sales equivalent. Okay. Quite significant difference. But first of all, in making that comparison, be aware that one of the large shares in the case of PaaS is maintenance cost. So maintenance cost in the case of PaaS is borne by the provider, and that maintenance cost is borne by the customer or product user in the case of product sales. Okay, in the case of product sales, construction machine is transferred to the user who owns the machine and who obviously needs to maintain the machine. So therefore, you need to be careful in understanding the meaning of this portion, maintenance cost. But still, even if you take the maintenance cost away, the PaaS cost is more expensive than the product sales. One more big portion is this part, PaaS management cost, right? And what this means the cost for the provider needs to spend for setting up product as a service contract and setting up the customer management framework and scheme and so on, which doesn't exist in the case of product seller. Okay? So the product seller, or in any manufacturing company, they have such a framework, and they use specifically commercial softwares to manage customer relations, etc., etc. So each manufacturing organization has such an overhead cost, but and that is included in the product sales business. But when such a manufacturing organization initiates PaaS business, then this PaaS management cost is newly added. Huh? So that is one thing you need to bear in mind. Okay, so now we searched if it's possible to change this comparison, meaning that we searched a space where PaaS offering is cheaper for the provider and also better for the customer in terms of economy, right? Omitting long and detailed discussion this slide shows one result, and all the details are described in this paper. So if you're interested in, read this paper, please. But this graph shows that by calibrating the maintenance cost on the horizontal axis and also past contract cycle length, then there is a space where actually there is a win-win for the provider and customer. And there is one important key factor that makes this space possible, that is changing the product durability. Okay? Obviously, if the product is more durable, then the maintenance cost is lower. Okay? So this is what we discussed as exchangeability between the effort for making products more durable versus increasing the maintenance cost and so on. No? So there, we looked into this exchangeability, and then we found that there is indeed factor, product durability, that makes this win-win space possible, right? So based on that analysis, we made this kind of metaphor representing the economics performance of the provider and also for the user. Typically, in the case of product as a service contract, if the price is higher, then the provider earns more. At the same time, the user will pay more, and the user will lose more money, okay? So typically, so the balance is residing on the win space for the provider and lose space for the user. This is a typical situation. But as I explained earlier, there are different factors in between. So depending on the adaptation of these factors, including product durability and maintenance cost, etc., there can be a solution that makes this Libra stay in the win space for the provider and win space for the user at the same time. So this may be good to remember this sort of visualization. It's possible, but you need to find such a space. And often a systemic change is necessary. Okay? Is it clear so far? Okay, good. And if you look at industry broadly, a little bit outside, even outside product service system, you see such a good practice. For example, this is an electric vehicle. Electric vehicle tends to be more expensive than the internal combustion engine cars. And therefore, automobile manufacturers see a scenario of service-based offerings for the EVs. No? And also, the batteries play a key role in the for the EVs. And when the health of a battery decreases, then that could be taken out from an EV and could be used for a different purpose that requires lower performance. So with that kind of business models and also scenarios in mind, this kind of product design is quite common, which enables easy disassembly, easy taking away of the battery from the car and replacing, embedding a new one. No? So this is, I think, a good example that where a clear influence from a business model, service-based business models, for example, onto product design. Okay? Right. And how to realize such systemic changes in design has been the main topic of this course. And then I have used this PSS design schema multiple times, and this is one of the recommendations to industry. Okay, try to follow this and try to implement in this procedure in your company by perhaps adapting the current workflow. Huh? That has been a recommendation. But this lecture informs you it's not very easy, and thinking about the organizational situations and so on. So I explain that by looking into two papers both about product service systems, and one was published in 2010 in the International Academy for Production Engineering. This paper is very useful. If you are interested in, please take a look and read this paper. And this paper, these authors mentioned that after 10 years, result-oriented business models evolve as an industry standard. So this was a sort of the author's speculation based on scientific facts, etc. What may happen after 10 years of the publication of this paper, right? And 12 years later, colleagues of mine and myself together wrote a paper with the same topic in the same academic community, and we observed that such an involvement in manufacturing industry towards a result-oriented business model hasn't realized as it was envisioned or speculated. And why is that? I think this picture, this conceptualization, which I used earlier, gives some explanation, at least to some extent. So you see, just as a recap, this picture shows multi-layer sort of structure for design that happens in industry. What is central is evidence-based decision-making. So this is the core of design, right? But right after that, the picture says that such a decision-making process must be translated in the given organization, must be implemented in that organization, and then the next layer regards personal thinking and reasoning and so on. So now focusing on the second layer, so any kind of design must be implemented in an organization. This is what I think is a big reason for why PSS design hasn't yet evolved so far to the extent that was speculated back in 2010. So what do I mean by organizational settings? I assume you have seen this picture, cartoon, or the like. This cartoon is quite old, 1992. It depicted the problems of designing physical products that are difficult to manufacture. So therefore, design for manufacturing was researched and practiced afterwards, and so on. Similar situations are happening when you look at product development department and also service development department in a manufacturing organization nowadays, I see this kind of phenomena in a number of manufacturing companies. And when a company wants to shift to product service system and its design, then it requires ultimately the commitment by a top management. The manager in service development, manager in the product development, they alone cannot make an effective change, because the change must come from above. Okay, so what we discussed in the previous lectures is largely about the integration between the product and service elements. Okay, so in order to make changes for that kind of activity, then sort of strategic change must come from above. Okay. So what happens as a sort of failure when that doesn't go well? I'm giving two examples that I know have happened in companies and industry. So let's say there is a quite complex product. By the way, the example I know is not exact this one, but just for you to imagine such a product, I'm using this photo. So this is a product now we are discussing, and this product requires services, and the service department realized that in the product use phase, the sales staff of the same company had promised to their customers regarding the maintenance, repair, overhaul plan, which requires significant sort of activity in the service, which includes basically breaking the product, cutting the product, and using a crane and bringing up some parts of the product that will enable the services that were promised by the sales staff. So obviously, this case shows a sort of failure of a PSS design, and the failure comes from the fact that the requirements from the service were not effectively considered in the product design. Okay. Of course, as a consequence, time for the service is wasted, and money and customer value is lower in this case. No? The other case, so again, don't bother this photo so much. So let's say there is an industrial product. And at the beginning of the use phase of the product, the service of providing spare parts was realized, and therefore spare parts were provided to the customer's site, operation site. The problem in this case was the spare parts were too many compared with the spare parts that were required actually in the use phase. So basically, these spare parts remained unused at the product side. I mean, of course, this is waste. Huh? And this again shows an effective decision was not taken at the PSS design phase, so that the coordination between the product and services were not effective, or at least not ideal. Huh? So we sort of, after hearing this kind of cases, continuously, we sort of made an abstraction of basically what's happening in industry. So we named this kind of phenomena as service design trap, which I think you will understand later in the coming slides soon. So let's say before the start of the product use phase, in such an organization, there is a product design department and also service design department. So two departments belong to the same organization, and obviously design must be executed for the product and before the production starts, right? Typically what happens in this phase in time is service design department has a number of questions, requirements, input to the product design department, but often they are not used effectively in the product design department. And sometimes even they are not heard. The people are not invited to relevant meetings, and so on and so on. And then once the design is finished, and once product design is finished and products are produced and then transferred to the user site, then people in the service design department realize that the services promised are not possible or very difficult at least to realize, and typically the product design is frozen after such a product launch to the market, right? So then the service design realizes we have a problem. Huh? So this is what we sort of conceptualized based on what we heard from industry. And we wondered, because the companies that have experienced this kind of problem are large multinational companies who have experienced product designers, market leaders in their segment, and experienced project managers, etc., etc. And still, we hear this kind of problems. And we believed that there must be some reasons for this kind of phenomena to happen. So this is our finding that explains why that phenomena happens. So now you will understand why this phenomena is called service design trap. The explanation comes from different characteristics of designing product versus service a long time. Okay, and there is software in between, but for the sake of simplicity, I omit this and to make the explanation more simple. One of the characteristics of service is inseparability between the production and use, right? So therefore, service is produced and used simultaneously, okay? And before that process, service must be designed, okay? And this is the starting point of the product use phase, right? And service design can be executed even after the, even in the use phase of the product, because one service can be produced and used at this point in time, and then right before that service can be designed, okay? In stark contrast, physical products are designed and then produced before they get used, right? This figure is quite simplified. There is more complexity in product design a long time. but to simply put, such a sequential procedure is a good description as a comparison with the service design. Okay? So, remembering the picture that I showed in the previous slide, so what happens before the product use phase in two different rooms, and what happens after this, right? So the reason we think is in the early phase where both products and services can be designed, the decision making is not effectively taken. And we find that there are too many or too few decisions are taken in that critical phase, so that problems occur later. Okay? So in order to mitigate this risk, the collaboration between the product and service department is essential. And in that collaboration, what you learned from this course, such as different methods and frameworks, are useful. This is our recommendation. Okay? And to avoid such a problem, what typically is realized is this picture shows the product life cycle, design, production, use, etc. on the time. And typically, the company gets useful information, data and information in the use phase of the product, and that information could be transferred to the next generation of that product. So this is quite typical, and this is not bad, and this should be done, of course. But as I showed this to you and explained, there are opportunities from digitalization, different IoT technologies, different software packages, analytical tools, and so on. So there is a big opportunity for such a transfer of information and data in a more faster cycle. So that's why we visualized such anticipated lifecycle activities in this organic way. And the message is the company can and should react real time or near real time if possible, and if makes sense. No? All right. Any questions so far? Is it clear? Okay, good. Then this table gives summary of recommendations for a manufacturing company in doing this, taking this journey for product service systems. There are 4 recommended actions. Number 1, first, as a starting point, describe what is happening right now as a status quo in terms of collaboration, cooperation, and communication between different relevant departments of the organization, and make sure the data flows and information exchanges are documented. Yeah? Right? So how and expected outcome. Number 2, we recommend a specific function to be implemented in an organization who is responsible for taking care of at least overseeing different activities, and preferably has some power, authority to help the collaboration between different departments. With that, we expect better communication at least, and then we expect better design, better PSS design will be realized. Number 3, evaluate design process in the company. This is what we have been talking about with much time in this course. Take an account of the current workflow for design and compare that with several recommended design methods, design procedures. Okay? And then typically there are gaps. And then the company can start think about how to fill the gap. Right? And number 4, we recommend company to get a systematic understanding of life cycle performance in terms of especially cost, which I talked in earlier in this lecture as well, and also life cycle value, what value is created, and so on. Okay, good. Then when it comes to the new function to be implemented, it's interesting to see a similar idea was proposed by other scholars in different contexts. The context was IT and information management for a company. And then those scholars recommend, let's say, unified data function right under the CEO of the organization. He or she should take care of everything related to data and the information across the company, so that the data flows and the information exchanges are facilitated and effectively performed throughout the organization. Getting inspired this proposal, we recommend a function for the better lifecycle management that relates to IT department, R&D, production service, at least. So this is what we meant by the new function, new role as a facilitator within the organization, right? Okay, any question regarding the last few slides? No? Okay, then, so now I would like to you to broaden the perspective even more from the organization itself to value network of the company, and also even governmental institutes who make regulations and laws and so on, right? So after this slide, you will see the result of our analysis from that point of view. But we started from the 5 essences of PSS design, as you learned earlier in this course. So I will go through these 5 items one by one. So this analysis rather focused on public policies in the context of circular economy. That is described on the right-hand side of the tables you will see. But please focus on the left-hand side of each table in the coming 5 slides. So that will explain the facilitators and barriers for each PSS design facet. So the first PSS design facet is functionality-oriented designing. Okay, so this is important to realize effective PSS design. What can facilitate that? So we see extending provider system responsibility, collaborative mechanism in the value chain, value network, and digital infrastructure. These are what we see as facilitators for the company to realize functionality-oriented designing. Okay, makes sense? But each of the facilitators meet a barrier. For example, when it comes to a company is thinking about extending their system responsibility, wider system responsibility, then they realize that there is a lack of such incentives for each organization to do that. Why does the company have to do that? Huh? And then in that kind of case, there may be some interventions to take that barrier away from the public policy point of view, right? But as I said, we can focus on the left-hand side of this paper. So the message to be taken from this slide is that each organization needs to recognize there are possible facilitators and there are barriers to push this PSS design thinking more and be prepared for the evolution of the company in terms of design. In terms of collaborative mechanisms in the value network, then always the companies, organizations encounter contractual issues, or at least they need to address contractual aspects. When it comes to digital infrastructure, again, we can expect the lack of incentives. Why each organization needs to provide given information, requested information, and so on. Okay? The second PSS design facet was actor identification and mobilization between the value network. So in this case, facilitator number one is, again, collaborative mechanism, and lack of incentive, trust, and dedicated collaborative mechanisms for the actors can be a barrier. Yeah? Also, in the similar way, digital infrastructure is a possible facilitator, but lack of such a dedicated infrastructure is not present. And in the European Union, in the last years, there's a big investment on the so-called Digital Product Passport, DPP, which allows different actors along the product lifecycle to share part of the information data that they have. But it's under research and innovation, and we need to see what will be the outcomes of such investment. Hopefully, there will be an effective infrastructure that supports different organizations in terms of data and information. Okay? The third one is about value proposition, and we see here three facilitators. Number one, suitable market conditions. And because we see market condition is not always ideal for PSS. And barrier can be, of course, access is sometimes restricted in terms of used parts, used components, for example, that can't travel across different country borders and so on. Consumer acceptance would be great to facilitate PSS offerings more, but of course, not all customers are willing to move towards that, and some are reluctant to give away the ownership of the products. Just access is not enough for some customers, and so on. And regulatory challenges are also existent. And number four, design and integration of product elements, service element, and system elements. And here, facilitator number one increased system responsibility given to the organization, and also adapted structure for the organization. Here, a barrier which is often told is the design practice of the organization is product-centric, and there are a lot of legacy aspects in that organization that prevent it from changing their ways of working and designing of their offerings. And sometimes unnecessary intermediaries in terms of unnecessary organizations may exist, and the lack of knowledge for doing such a product service system design. But that's why you are learning different lessons in this course, right? Collaborative mechanism and digital infrastructure is another facilitator even for this facet. Last facet, examining the balance between different elements and the integration of them. Facilitator number one, extended system responsibility, organizational structure, and digital infrastructure. I think I covered already this facilitator and its barrier already in another facet. And flexibility in risk management strategy is one facilitator. So recall the uncertainties become relevant in a different way than in the case of product sales. No? So therefore, the risk management and risk mitigation must be adapted in the context of PSS. No? And it's about uncertainty and risks. So summarizing the previous 5 slides, even when an organization implements the PSS design or product as a service design practice, there are factors coming from internal and external that prevent such design practice from getting exploited fully. So bear this kind of negative factors and think about how to mitigate this kind of risks. So that's the message. Any question for the previous several slides regarding facilitators and barriers? Okay, sounds good. Then in the last few slides, I'll be talking about the transformation. There are different proposals in scientific literature regarding how a manufacturing organization could transform itself towards PSS provider, and the digitalization plus servitization transformation is addressed, for example, in this picture. And typically, a message of that kind of recommendation is like split the shift into several pieces and take one piece one by one. No? So not trying to do all the elements at once, but take a step and implement piece by piece and gradually shifting towards the anticipated situation. So that's a common message. And when it comes to the evolution over time, this picture is often referred to, Oliver and Kallenberg, 2003. I think still this sort of evolvement over time is applied to many manufacturing organizations. So starting on the left-hand side, where the services are only add on to their products, moving to the right where the products and services are integrated, and possibly products are add on to the services they see as a main part of the offering. And one such example of the companies that we work with indeed has this kind of internal vision. It's a bit old, a few years old, but they clearly see the importance of the shifts in terms of their offerings, the elements in their offerings on the horizontal axis, and they clearly say that mutual dependent between product and service organization under that company is necessary, and they aimed to realize a shift towards that kind of situation. Huh? Okay, any question regarding the transformation? Okay, any question about this lecture about systemic change and influence on the organization and value networks, and also transformation? Any question?
Sorry, just a very basic question. Yesterday you gave us the insights about the LCA, and how do we decide which framework to put up on? Is it the LCA lifecycle, LCA or LLC, above which others?
So the question is, for example, this case I explained about is from lifecycle costing.
Yeah, yesterday you did the LCA example in your paper for that the wind turbine project.
Elevator.
And why didn't you choose LCC instead of?
Valid question. And regardless of the aspect that we chose in different scientific papers, think about manufacturing company. Yeah. They need to make sure the economic viability first of all. When they start with whatever business model, which is new. So the economic assessment is, I would say, a must for starting PSS. Without that, a company can't make a step forward. Huh? And in that, what I want to emphasize is that the result of the cost assessment will probably look like this, meaning that we want to start a new offering, PSS, and then we made a calculation, and this is more expensive for us. Probably this is the case, at least in many cases, because you can read up the how the cost calculation was done, and also what are the cost elements and so on in the paper. This happens in many cases. You will understand. So that means that this is probably the result they will see. And so the question is, if that organization gives up this new business offering, PSS, or dares to look into how they can overcome this cost difference. And then as I explained today, some cases at least, it's possible to find such a win-win situation. So, so cost assessment is a minimum, and environmental assessment is relevant in some cases, and environmental assessment, LCA, is useful for many other purposes in the organization, from the sustainability point of view and other risk management, risk mitigation regarding the suppliers, and so on. But that involves a little bit other aspects. So I would say cost assessment is a minimum, and start with that. So that's my message.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions? Then I would like to open the floor for more overall questions and even comments if you may have. You're free to ask a question for the entire course, and also remarks, and also even thoughts for your own future are welcome. Okay, and we can do that offline.
Maybe that you guys can prepare for valedictory session. And then
Yeah, all right, good.
so 10 minutes break, 10-15 minutes, then we'll come back for the presentation. Okay, in group 5. Okay, everyone, we'll be starting with the presentation. Group 1 is gonna come and present. We're presenting group wise, 1, 2, 3, okay? And you guys gonna get 7 minutes for presentation and 2 to 3 minutes for discussion. So group 1 on stage.
strictly maintain time. Okay. 7 minutes. Change कैसे करना? यहीं से कर लेंगे. Good morning. Our presentation is on reliable water, a product and service system based on household water purifiers. About the project, this project focuses on design for the product service system for water purifiers and the growing needs for accessible, reliable and sustainable drinking water. We also added a circular economy aspect of the product service system. First of all, the 9 layers, the customer needs, customer values. We have categorized, scrutinized in the aspects of customer and provider. The customer perspective needs are water quality, ease of use, cost effectiveness, reliability, tech support, and the values are health benefits after drinking the water, cost savings, sustainability, and brand credibility. The life cycle activities are for the customer's perspective is purchase, logistic, usage, and disposal. And the revenue model is AMC, the annual maintenance contract, and for the own devices. The provider perspectives, the deliverables are the tech support, like 24/7 helpline, app support, training, installation and maintenance, AMC spare parts, recycling option, which consists of the circular economy. And then the core product is, the tech is RO, oblique UV, oblique sedimentation technology, and in the whole purification system and the training and support. Periphery, the value-added services are IoT sensors, tracking apps, and spares. We decided to add them in our system also. And the revenue model is subscription-based model or rental or maintenance contracts also, like AMCs. And the customer and provider collaborations are contracts like customer ownership versus rental model, yeah, or actors are customers, the providers like manufacturer, dealers, and technicians. Then the FMEA diagram, we have find the failures, which is the water filtration system, dispensing system, the shortage, storage tank purifier, filtration system, power supply, and customer service, which is from the provider aspects. We have come across the causes of the failure. There are multiple causes of failures for multiple causes for one failure. Like for the filtration system, this is filter not replaced, ignorance of service, damaged filter. Then for the dispensing system, there are clogged filters, valve failure, and the clogged pipes. For the leakage problem, there is O-ring wear and tear, faulty seals, and the improper services from the provider end. Then the filtration system, there is misalignment, the improper installation, and rough use. Power supply problem, the causes are voltage fluctuation, loose connections, and component failures. Then the service causes are lack of service staff, insufficient scheduling. Then we have rated all the causes. The probability of the ignorance of service is highest. Then the dispensing system, and on the provider perspective, the probability is, I think, 60, second highest. Change करना? एक और बार. 1 minute. the filter failure in water filtration system score highest. The low flow rate score the second highest. And in the perspective of customer service, there is a score of 60, which is delayed maintenance due to provider ignorance or the customer ignorance also. Then the QFD. We have in the layer method, we have find out the values like health improvement, cost savings, ease of use, brand credibility, ease of installation, sustainability and reliability, like uptime performance. Then we have find out the characteristics of the product and services like size, weight, capacity, flow rate, power consumption, performance, modularity of the system, product manual, and MTBF, mean time between failures. And the characteristic for the service are responsiveness of the service, the provider, quality of service, quality of training, service tracking, time efficiency of service, and affordability of service. The correlation between the values and the characteristics of products and services, the highest correlation is the health improvement is highest priority for the customers value. Ease of use, then brand credibility, then reliability, uptime performance, and the cost saving, sustainability, and ease of installing are less, comparatively less. Most influential technical features are quality of services, which gets highest score like 307. Responsiveness of the provider is 270. Modularity, then the product manual, the training of the customer, and the performance is last. Change. Critical design. The critical design focus areas are quality of services, which get 0.11 score, then the responsiveness of the provider, service tracking, modularity, and performance. The insights are the strong service and support is crucial. Not only the product, the service is also crucial. The product should be modular and high performing. The training and service tracking contribute to the user trust. Change. Then the interdependency matrix. We have find out the instances of service and product. The instances of service are condition monitoring, the customer based, the predictive maintenance, the accuracy of predicting the maintenance, maintenance duration improvement, technician training, maintenance accuracy, customer support system, and by the provider and customer training also. And the product instances are the past durability, internal sensor system, the power consumption, and the product life. They are okay. They are previous slide. And we have given each instances their dependency, and then we have correlated. Then some of them are related, like the the product life is dependent on the customer support system responsiveness. As improvement in customer support, the product life also increases. The predictive maintenance accuracy depends upon the internal sensor system. As internal sensor system is good or improved, the predictive maintenance accuracy also improves. Now for the solution. The solution are, we have two concepts. One for the service aspect and one for the product aspect. First of all, the service aspect, we have to design an app which is IoT enabled, which can consist of real-time monitoring, displays the current water quality, show filter life, remaining, track water consumption, etc. Predictive maintenance and scheduling. The proper predictive and maintenance scheduling is needed because as we know from the FMEA, this is highest improvement needed place, and education, training, and support is also needed. The failure prediction by the sensors, the customer provider support, and the data sharing and insight with both customers and the providers for the filtration units. And then the from the product side of view, we have to integrate the sensors. Sensors like flow sensor to measure the flow, the pressure sensor to measure the pressure. If the filter is clogged, the pressure will automatically be lowered. The level sensor for the water tank level. If a leakage is there, the water level sensor will track the level of the water. The TDS sensor, the total dissolved solid. As the total dissolved solid increases, the contamination increases. The PS sensor and the filter usage sensor and connectivity for the IoT connections. The data acquisition and processing and the remote monitoring and control in the system for the provider and customers also. This is. Thank you. Thank you.
Any quick response to their work?
Any suggestions?
Any suggestions?
Any questions?
Any questions? Okay. So yeah. So maybe one quick feedback. I just need a feedback from you. What was your observation of linking those different methods, right? So could you establish a link between the methods, right? Yeah. Because we have discussed 4 methods, and when so could you migrate from one method to the other method? How the linkages and the integration of the methods were happening?
Yes, yes.
What was your feeling?
Our learning is that the business model and the failure not only depends on the product. The link between the service and product also may useful for determining the failure and improving that business model.
Yeah.
And also when it came to the thinking about the solution part of it, that's where we realized how the whole PSS, like the value of having implemented this, because some of the solutions like having sensors or those kind of things, those are actually changes that we're making in the product design that will also sort of assist with the service part. So it was that also kept in mind. So there would be no need, particular need for that if it was only considered as a use of the product, but that was also with the service in mind. So it helped, visualize the whole picture of PSS, which I think was the aim of the course. So I think that was.
Adding one point more, we have also decided to include a circular economy aspect in our app. After the life of the product, the filters, the app will notify the customer so that the provider can collect the filter and recycle it also, and give the discount to customer. This will help in the business improvement also.
Great, great. Thank you so much, Group 1. So you conclude, yeah. Well done, well done. So yeah, Group 2, quickly come forward.
Hello everyone, I'm Vaishali and this is my team, Bhuvan, Choro, Bipradeep and Dipankar. Go to the first. Our focus was on the prenatal women who are pregnant, right from conceiving to childbirth. So the prenatal women go through various physical changes during the course of their pregnancy, including the food size changes that might include swelling or other changes. So considering that issue in our mind, we were looking for various product service system solutions. So that was the main focus of our project. We started with the first the layer method, in which we identified the various product service and stakeholder elements of the product service systems, which include the product needs, the customer needs, the customer value, the deliverables both from the provider and customer perspectives, and the insights that we gain from this layer method, we constructed a customer activity cycle, which kind of looked like this. From pre-purchase to purchase to post-purchase. So it starts maybe either with healthcare consultancy or the retail and online availability. So from there, the customer gets the customer support from the service options available. From there, which helps them with the size guidance. After that, it goes for purchase of the product. After post-purchase, they might also need services regarding the use, the handling of the product, and also the maybe replacement and warranty issues. So post the end of life, they again might go for the healthcare consultancy, where the changes in the footwear, because of the changes in the foot size, they might also like consulting healthcare experts. So there's also, again, it's like a cycle where they might also go for healthcare consultancy. Following that, we went for failure mode analysis, where we found out the various failure modes that might occur during the entire course of the customer activity cycle. So based on the ratings that we gave, we found that the highest priority, highest risk areas are associated with the footwear and the product itself, and the end users, the prenatal women, their safety and the user experience. So, following that, the moderate risk areas include the footwear company management, the logistics, the and the delivery partners. So, following the FMEA, we went for QFD, in which we found out based on the priority of the customer needs, we mapped it with the characteristics of the products and the services, or the design elements. From there, the insights that we gained from the scores are that the top priority, based on the priority of the customer, is that they want non-toxic. It should be non-toxic, the product, because they are associated with the pregnant ladies. So it has to be safe, skin-friendly, and chemical-free materials that got the highest score, and followed by comfort, the information or customer service during the use and after use of the product, and then followed by the ease of use and response time to their inquiries. So these are the takeaways of the QFD. So safety and health first, followed by user-centric design, followed by seamless digital experience, and then followed by the efficient customer support. So following that, we generated we filled the interdependency metrics for PSS, where we inserted the instances for product and services, and then assigned classes based on the instances, from which we populated this interdependency metrics. From these metrics and the material you shared, we could find certain interdependencies, which include that the footwear design will influence the capability of the service execution. So maybe the sole, the straps, and all these will give various opportunities for services, or then the time take, and also the time taken to perform that service activity. again, service responsiveness will again depend on what kind of a product it has designed, and it will influence the capability of the service people as well. So after that, from all the methods and insights that we gained from the methods, we came up with this design brief for the PSS. So to develop a holistic and adaptive footwear system that involves with pregnancy-related changes, ensuring safety, comfort, support, and flexibility, while leveraging digital tools and expert services to enhance their overall user experience. So these are certain, we have divided them into objectives. Following that, we ideated a little bit about this. Some of the very initial ideas are like modular design for the footwear, maybe the sole, the other part of the, because we want it, because certain amount of customizability is associated with this kind of a product, so maybe a modular design for the product, and also certain service related options we ideated. So this is.
Quick suggestion or comments from your side to the group.
And the lifetime of the shoes is usually longer than 1 year.
Yes.
So did you think of the sort of remaining useful life of the shoes at the end of the service? Did you think about that?
Yes, sir. So that's why the we added services even after the purchase, which includes, so we are thinking of taking it back from the user, because these can still, these are customizable and can still be used by others. So that part of the service we thought of.
She wants to contribute. Yeah.
Add to that. So the initial concept idea that we had was that it was supposed to be 3D printed with that technology into the scene. So if we bring that into the this whole concept idea, then we can have like a subscription basis, maybe like a 6 month to like 18 month. So like maybe a little over after they give birth, and then like pregnancy happens, maybe a little after that, then the product can be taken back by the company and it can be reused to make some other products. So that was the idea.
Fantastic. So they have just tried to incorporate the concepts of circular economy in their and their solution. Superb. Very nice. Fantastic. Yeah. Great.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We'll be presenting our PSS project on interior design consultancy firms. And for that matter, we have chosen LiveSpace as our brand. I apologize for the spelling mistake with LiveSpace. It was a case of oversight. So LiveSpace is basically an interior designing consultancy firm, and they also provide services for offering a hassle-free and consumer-centric experience. The bullet points show the key areas that LiveSpace cover, like end-to-end interior design and renovation services, personalized design, after-sales support, and many more. So for the tools, I would like to pass the mic to Harsh.
So I'm gonna talk about our first tool, which is customer activity cycle. It's also known as a layer method. So it's a this tool used in a very earlier stage of the design process of the system. Uh, Basically, the whole PSS is composed by the 9 main classes. It starts with the customer needs, then the values, deliverables, life cycles, activities, actors, core product, periphery, and the contract and the billing. As we can see, it's in the chronological order, so it gives a very brief structure understanding about the system. As our brand is very service oriented, so we divided some, as we all know, service are basically interaction between provider and the customer. So wherever the interaction is happening, like the deliverables, so we subdivided the classes into the from the customer point of view and the provider point of view. Uh, as we can see in the deliverables, we have like we basically give the designs to the customers, and in the life cycle activities, we basically give a journey map from the both side of the customer and the providers, like how like the each stages, like how they interact with each other. We also identify the stakeholder from the both side, like from the customer point of view, we have like customer family members, community, and from the provider side, we have consultant, interior designer, architect, and the workers, and so on. Move on. So there are some core insight we get while doing this activity. First of all, we understand how the complex system works, how the service and the products interact with each other. It gives a 360 point of view to understand the whole system better. And there's a very key learning we had while doing this activity. Like there's a very thin line between the customer needs and the customer's values. And it's very crucial for us to understand how they both are different from each other for the further assessment in the for the tools. Uh, and we also understand how the both life cycle happen from the both point of view of the customer and the provider, and at what stages they interact with each other. So I think it's a very important tool to start with the design system. As you mentioned, it's give an understanding to the future designer also.
So thank you, Hers. So I am going to explore the failure mode and effect analysis for PSS in case of live space. So here we have divided this into two. So the product relevant matters into yellow and service relevant matters into blue. So in this case, the failure mode and effect analysis, the designer gets the failure modes and how to prioritize it. And as the live space is a mostly service-based organization, so the product thing is less in here. So the drawer, so the failure modes in case of drawer, the storage unit, the failure modes can be misalignment, the laminate may wear out, and the hinge or handle may broke. So the causes are poor craftsmanship may be one of the causes, so mishandling may be one of the causes. So in that way, we have divided into kitchen cabinets and also some service-based services like the design consultation. In case of design consultation, maybe poor brief clarity may be one of the causes. So they have to prioritize, and project managers are the actors. So the poor resource management may be one of the causes. So causes of failure. So in that case, we have rated out the probability, severity, and detection. And in this case, we can see that the drawer in the drawer unit, the 240 is the priority. So maybe they have they should put more it should be prioritized more. And in also the project managers should prioritize more on to resolve the issues, or to focus on the failure causes, or to manage the resources accurately. So the next slide. So the key learnings and insights and conclusions from FMEA model is the FMEA model has identified key failure modes in products and service components both, and it highlights the critical issue areas, and it traced failure causes and assess their impact on customer satisfaction, functionality, aesthetics, and experience. As this is an interior design firm, so the aesthetic experience and also the customer satisfaction and functionality is required. And the existing controls were analyzed and recommendations were made, as we can see from the earlier table. To enhance material staff training and communication and project management, and probability, severity, and detection ratings help prioritize critical areas for improvement, enabling live space to reduce failures and enhance customer satisfaction. So the next part will be carried forward by Durga.
Thank you, Tim. So I'll explain this QF. This QFD matrix. Here we have divided all the characteristics of products and services, and we also separated all the values from the customer point of view, and try to correlate the relevance between the values and characteristics of product and the service part. From this we got the insight from the characteristics of product, this material quality is the most important factor that we need to take concern about. And in the service characteristics, design quality, consultation quality, and the execution by the workers are the main priority factor in the service point of view. So the key takeaways are if we concerned about the focus about the product, then we should focus on material quality, design quality, and functionality. That are the key product. We as a design firm, interior consultancy firm, we can focus on that. And for the service point of view, responsiveness in design deliverance, then consultation quality, and grievance redressal are the critical factor that we should take concern about. And from what we stood out, like design quality and material quality are the top priorities of the company. Then as a balanced approach, the top priorities are the work, how we deliver, and what quality of designs that we deliver. And then next the interdependency tool. From that we interdependency tool, we found out all the instances from the product and service point of view, and we got some key insights, like there should be a relation between the communication, seamless communication through the consultation, and how we provide our services. From the SUP, there is a connection between the customer demand and the aesthetic expectation. So we need to connect those demands with our deliverance, so that there would be a greater feedback from the customer point of view. Yeah. And from the brief, there is a failure in design deliverance, and the quality of material are the main important factor that we should take concern about. So we are proposing a design brief that should create a transparency between the customer and the service provider through materials, that how the quality of materials are taken into concern through the product deliverance. Thank you.
Or is there any secret agreement between the teams that, okay, you don't ask, we also won't ask, no? Yeah. So let's break that agreement and then move ahead. Yeah. Any quick comments here? Tom. Yeah. So, what was your key learning in this entire experiment?
The key learnings are like these tools helped us to analyze the whole PSS system and how they working, how the relations between the product they deliver and the customers and their requirements and the consultancy part. Where is the where they fall back, like as we found out that material failure and sometimes the consultancy failure are the main criteria that they fall back in many cases, as this is the PSS service in metropolitan cities and their main aim is to like deliver very fast like the interior services and execution of the services, considering all the constraints like time and the place and accessibility and everything. So these all are the like key.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Yeah. Next group.
So good afternoon, everyone. Our topic was design for future education, but after doing the PSS, we changed the name from future education to accessible education because we thought that that is a more relevant to the context that we are addressing. So we started with defining the system first and what are the stakeholders. So our three major stakeholders were students, the teachers, and the provider. So the provider is the link between the student and teacher who facilitate and connect both the parties. And on the student part, we define what we are going to address. So we have decided to go for students who are studying in class 9 to 12th and aspiring for any examination. And these are the things that we think that we will be addressing further going forward further. So comprehensive study material, hard copies, app and web services, mentoring and career counseling, and affordable and accessible education. So these are the factors that we will be focusing on going forward. So first we have done the CAG. So one thing about CAG is that we were not traditionally trained to think in this manner. So what this tool does is to think in different sectors, like we have different layers. So ideally, when we are doing some design process, we might only think about the problems or the needs of the user, but not about the life cycle and the periphery, core product, and revenue models. So CAG helps us to define all these things in different layers so that we have a better and clear understanding of the project. So one thing was, so from the customer need, we have a personalized learning and limited access to quality content, which is majorly, which is a major concern in a rural area. Like if we consider the example of Northeast, then the quality education is good in Guwahati, but in the surrounding area, there are not good faculties who will be teaching, who will be assisting students. Okay. Second is the study material. There is improvements in test and analytics. There are other factors like quality content of recording session, no clear segregation in the subscription model and revenue systems. So we have dissected all of those things, and these are our takeaways. So what are our takeaways? First is personalization is a major focus because every student is strong in some subjects and weak in other subjects. So we need to personalize the content so that the weaker subjects are addressed in the form. Second is hybrid approach, which is live classes and recorded session, so that students are not only learning because later still I'll tell you what why it is very important. A data-driven insight and a balanced revenue model. So here in the FMEA, like I was saying, why it is important. We have seen that in our FMEA, the most priority has come down to this, user attention. One second, this is the attention. Yeah, user attention. So if we just do a recorded session, then the user attention will be declining very much. But if the session is live and interactive, like there are some activity and game happening in between, then the user will be able to understand and absorb most of the education. Like we are having cross questioning and in between. So that's just one thing. So back. So these are all the factor of that will be affecting a student in our business model. And these are for teachers and the platform owners. So we have majorly focused on student, not on the teachers and platform owner. And these are our insight from the FMEA. So student face multiple issue during the in online session, which is based on connectivity. Second is inability to ask doubts, like we are actually having it right now. And the time zone difference. So time zone difference is when we are having a expert faculty from foreigner, and the schedule is the time is being scheduled, but you miss the session because the GTM and time zone different. It happened with me twice actually. Second is teachers struggle with platform usability, in the sense that how to provide the interactivity. That teachers are traditionally trained to teach in offline manner, but the online medium is a bit different. Then there are a few back. Okay, and these are the measures that we can take to prevent all of those things. So one is enhance engagement. Second is improving accessibility. Third is strengthening the security and teacher readiness. So once we understand what can be all the failure that can happen in our system, we have come to the quality function diagram to determine what factors are more important, and also to determine like the priority number in the failure mode. From that we can also determine that these are the factors that we should be addressing first. That is the priority. So based on that we have drive this matrix. So here are all the values that we are saying that we will offer. These are the characteristics of the product and services. So as you can see here, the experienced faculty came out to be a top priority, because that is the major matrix happening. So even the USP of any coaching center is the experienced faculty only, and that is come out to be true even in the online platform system. And the second critical point was feedback after the session, which was majorly lacking in a online system. Because what happened is that you post a query and the answer is coming very late, like 2 days, 3 days late. The second factor was affordability in the product, and analytics and progress tracking in the service part of it. One major problem with online services right now is that they majorly focus on product, and there are less of services like the analytic and tracking, process tracking. If we are having an online system that we exactly know that how much student perform in which category. Suppose a student performing good in certain section of reasoning but not performing certain section in the reasoning, then we can customize that the thing for the student. Once we get what we want out of it, we define things in the interdependency matrix. So the characteristic that we have taken forward from that and defining the priority we have filled out, and what kind of what problem that we will be addressing through that. So access to quality education, which is all multilingual language and the multilingual model, and experienced faculty, which is a part of serviceability, and similarly all the other matrices here. Based on that, we got the interpolation here, and we can determine from these interpolation how we should be approaching to solve those problems. So based on the problem that we have taken and the solution, we have arrived to this particular solution. The idea one was building a stronger network for experienced teacher and provide them access to tech if they don't have and they cannot interact about it. Second is building an AI agent for quicker response and feedback, so that they can continuously improve, keep on improving, they don't have to wait. Third is, by the way, this is the product side of it, and most of the ideas are the service side of it, because the service is more important here. Third is providing digital experience experiment lab. So it will be like if you are performing a chemistry experiment, then you can do it digitally. Like when you mix two kind of chemicals, then it will give a certain result, and that will be depicted in form of color only. If the color is right, then you have done it in the right manner. So similarly, the digital lab can be created. fourth is based on mock results.
1 minute.
Okay. So based on mock results, all the learning can be personalized. Like I was saying earlier, if a student is performing better in a certain section and not performing better in other section, then the other section for that particular student will be more, and the learning will be more for that session. Facilitating co-learning session with local students who are aspiring for the same exam. So this is one of a service that no one is providing right now, and this will also facilitate to make a like encourage student to interact with each other who are also good at it. Like the access, like if you are attending class from your hometown, so you might not know that who are in your hometown who is among the top student nationwide who is also doing better. So the co-learning will improve your performance and his performance as well. And the last is upgrading a recorded session and mocks based on exam pattern changing every time. That's it.
Thank you, Group 4. So I would request the group members to go there. Yeah. So the group is in front of you. Any question or suggestion?
Thank you. Very interesting for the focus on the service aspect. One clarification. You mentioned experienced teaching staff in the category of product, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I feel that should be belong to service element. What is your thought in that aspect?
So, sir, there are two aspects of it. If we consider that faculty is a visiting faculty, then it will be a part of service. But if the faculty is permanent in my institute, then he is also responsible to provide the solid materials. He is also responsible to make content. So in that manner, if I think, then it will become my product offering.
We have categorized like the feedback or the doubt clearing sessions that those faculty take in the service part, and the faculty how much experience they bring in. So that would we have categorized in our product because they are teaching. So
Production mission. Yeah. Great. So those digital contents are the is the product part of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Group 5.
Good afternoon, everyone. As a member of Group 5, I would like to sincerely thank Professor Sakao and Professor Kalita for giving us this opportunity to stand here and present this. Firstly, I would like to start with a question. How many of you are already owning or even thought of owning an EV? I know you have a mixed thought about it because changing to something that is not normal in our daily lives to something unconventional is a bit critical. So here is where the PSS model comes in, from not just selling an EV to selling it as a service for people to have an ease throughout the whole journey. For our first tool, lives. Yeah. Analysis. Okay. So while we think of purchasing as an EV, the customer basic needs are having a vehicle which will provide safety, which will have the ease of mobility, which will provide comfort. And from the provider side, they have to ensure that the ease of transforming the ownership is very peaceful, and also to provide them with a comfortable vehicle that they will have for like almost a lifetime. So that's like the basic needs of the customer and what the provider is expected to provide. And moreover, second part, the other tools will be like shared from the other members.
So, hi everyone. I will be explaining second tool, which is FMEA, failure mode and effect analysis. So, in order to retain customer, the FMEA analysis is very crucial for any organization, any company, because if, as you know, Ola Electric Mobility is it's a big EV company, but there were lots of issues which were coming out of scooters, such as initially when Ola Electric launched scooter, it has late delivery issue, like customer had ordered 1 year before and customers were waiting for deliver. But due to shortage of production or due to shortage of lithium ions battery, so Ola was delivering too late to customers. So lots of customer cancelled ordered and they switched to the like their competitors such as Ether Energy, Okinawa, etc. So, so FMEA is basically analysis tools to analyze what are the failure modes and what are the effects which can be affected. So, back. So these are the component such as EV battery system and how these components, what's the behavior of this component is energy storage and power supply. The failure mode is battery degradation, and the cause of this failure can be overcharging, frequent fast charging, extreme temperatures. And the how user requirement affected is that reduced range and performance. So to control this, organization is doing BMS, which is battery management system, thermal management, controlled charging. And these are the ratings which have been given by Likert scale of 1 to 5. And after multiplying these three, the priority like 24, 36 is coming out next. So these are the insight and conclusion of tool 2 FMEA. So the insight is the high priority failures mode is predictive maintenance system are critical for preventing breakdowns. And then EV motor overheating demands real-time monitoring and cooling. And then service versus product relevance. The product components are EV battery, EV motor are tied to performance. The service components are charging infrastructure, digital connectivity, impact user convenience. The key areas of failures are EV battery, charging infrastructure, and digital platforms. Preventing measures is BMS, battery management system, which can be used to manage battery. And the user requirements are the range. Range is something which is crucial, essential. So in case of petrol vehicle, as range can be known as mileage. So range, efficiency, accessibility are key user points, and seamless user-friendly experience are essential for digital and UX design. Thank you. So next further slides will be continued by Om Prakash.
Thank you, Prakash. I'm going to cover two of the tools. The first one is a QFD, quality function deployment for our context in the PSS design. So as we already my friend have mentioned that why people are thinking to buy EV vehicles. So what quality that customer is going to see while purchasing ones. So these all are the components which we have taken over, that the customer is paying that huge amount of cost, and what value they are going to perceive from the vehicles is upon the battery efficiency, vehicle performance, charging infrastructure, connectivity and digital services, and sustainability and eco-friendliness. As we have seen this chart, weighting criteria has been defined over 1, 3 or 9, where the lesser one is 1 and highest one is on 9. And we have cumulatively observe the parameters, and then we have rated all of these, and then the raw score has been calculated by multiplying the weighting into the what we have over verified that, and then relative weight is calculated according to the formula that has been mentioned over there. Next one. So about the insights and learning conclusion that we have derived from the QFD from our cases, that high impact areas are battery efficiency and vehicle performance. These are the top priorities. Similarly followed by the key product characteristics having high energy density and fast charging, enhance better efficiency and vehicle performance. Along with that, there are the key service characteristics and relative weight of attributes. The next one tool is the interdependency matrix, in which we have seen that how the products, how our products and services influence each other on different of the parameters. We have identified the product design parameters and service design parameters, and then their instances have to be collected from the earlier that what parameters we have. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so the instances what we have collected from the quality function deployment, we have take over there, and the classes have been identified. And then the table that has been observed from all these characteristics has been mentioned over here. So the insights that we have see that it's not only the unidirectional, that is service parameters to product parameters. It is also bidirectional in the cases that we have seen, that sustainability programs and battery technology require user awareness for optimal performance and environmental impact. While in the unidirectional system, in which first point we have seen service design parameter to product design parameters, in which charging networks improve system connectivity crucial for vehicle to grid and vehicle to infrastructure interactions. As vehicle EV is working on the power grid that is heavily required, and infrastructure that is going to be developed by the companies all over where they are planning to market their segments. Next one. So the next part has to be covered by my next member.
So at last we come to the design brief. So for the design brief, our analysis was consisting of CAC, FMEA, QFD, and interdependency matrix. And for the key challenges which we identified are CAC showed that the customer needs are affordable, sustainable, and the product should be safe. Next is FMEA. FMEA pinpointed battery degradation, overheating, charging delays as critical failures. QFD revealed battery efficiency, digital connectivity, and predictive maintenance. And interdependency matrix emphasized a strong product service integration for seamless urban mobility. So at the end, our PSS solution included fast charging IoT enabled, recyclable EVs with robust cooling, AI-driven predictive maintenance for sustainability, integrated digital platforms for navigation, payments, and fleet optimization. And by balancing product innovation and service accessibility, our PSS ensures user convenience, reliability, and long-term EV adoption. Thank you.
So I request the group members to please stand here. Yeah. So quick response from your side. Yes. So what are your key learning points from this entire exercise?
So, sir, as I just discussed about the design brief, sir, from the CAC and FTA, FEMA, QFT, we all got to know that the product should be affordable, it should be sustainable, and the battery package and the mileage and the range should be enough so that it can compete with the other automotive vehicles and for long-term adoption.
Which tool you found the most difficult to use in your context?
Interdependency matrix.
Interdependency matrix you found it difficult. Okay.
I would like to thank you for both Pratul sir and Professor Tom for giving us this opportunity. As I have observed that within this short span of time, I get to know about the critical tools that has been utilized while doing a research in any of the areas. So thank you so much for that, and it will provide me a very deep insight while I will be visiting back to my campus. Then I get to know and explore these to have enhanced my academia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your compliments. Last group, I think, huh? Last group, no? Yeah. Group 6, last group.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Like we are group 6, we are presenting on a EV, that is a electric bike. Uh, our product name is GP6. We have used reference ULO bikes even in our product. First, basically, I want to divide our PSS like a product layer. We do have the product includes hardware, battery system, motor, etc. And moreover comes to the service layer of PSS. We have maintaining services of bike subscription models and theft protections even. And the third part is like system, where we have MASS, like mobility as a service, and fleet management system also, like giving a subscription base to companies in a huge bulk. And coming to the first tool, we are using the CSC, customer activity cycle. Like if you see, we have a customer point and the provider's point, where the customer needs are like affordability, eco-friendly, and coming to the customer value, we have like cost savings and reducing the carbon footprints is a major aspect. Um, the deliverables, mainly it is depends on the app app downloads and the app systems, like where we have a pricing between the customer and the product. Coming to the life cycles, we have discovered like phase where we have the service of app and interaction service through the app itself. Coming to activities provided, like we have pre-service setup, service and maintenance and management. And we do have a lot of things. If we come to the what is the key takeaways of the product service layer is layer method. We have structured our product and scalability. We are much focused on the customers, product efficiency, and the service optimization. Let's go to the next tool.
Thank you, Sandeep. The next topic is FMEA, which is failure mode effect analysis of PSS. So here you can see it was done for the electric bikes, which is for the last mile transport. So the first few aspects are specifically related to the bike point of view, and the last three is related to the service, which is more related to the provider point of view. From the priorities, we can see all the different priority numbers given. So whichever has numbers or priority ratings about 100 would be given immediate notice, and whichever is going about 200 is like the most highest priority parameters, where the app as well as the battery related parameters are the most important things, which is app where you are not able to find the rides and you're not able to start a ride. Those are the important parameters of the app. And in the battery, it is not able to hold the capacity of charge. So that is the main parameters. So this entire thing can be addressed by predictive maintenance from the app side, where the customer himself addresses the issue by telling that this is the problem in the bike, and this is what the problem is. And for the onboarding part, different ways would be, presently it is like a QR code scanner. So NFC based systems can be integrated where it would be unlocked without internet aspect. Then predictive maintenance, as I told, and IoT related systems which would help to make the bike be on maximum uptime. Then for the regular availability of the bikes, demand forecasting would be the method of choice. Yeah, we'll go to the next.
Uh, so we'll be while using the quality function deployment PSS for our electric bicycle. If we look from the customer perspective, the competitive prices, accessibility to pick up and drop stations, safety protocols, subscription models, ease of use. Now all those, of course, the QFD really helped us, because our model, business model, before we deployed this, would have been very complex. There are app developers, there are production houses, there are service departments. So it helped us actually pinpoint. Can you go to the next slide? Pinpoint what we could find that the product characteristics for the crucial parameters from the product perspective, the good breaking and app service, we need to focus more on that. On the service characteristics and the crucial parameters, we need to focus more on responsive customer service, real-time GPS tracking, and also. One thing was that this QFD, it really helped us how it helped us to what sir was explaining was ours is a very classic example of where there's two departments, the service department and the app developers and production department. It really helped us to simplify that we don't go for over-engineering, rather we focus more on good breaking and the app services. And on the service characteristics part, you can see both the departments have to come together, actually, for the customer service department and the app developers in the production unit. So this is one classic example using this deployment tool. Next, interdependency.
Well, thank you so much. So from the QFD part, the interdependency metric, we have taken a few priority points for the product and the service dependency. In the product and service dependency, we have taken the fast speed, more coverage, and good braking system in upgradability classified. We have classified into that upgradability, and app service in information transferability. Then in the service part, we have taken responsive customer service, demand forecasting, demand forecasting, reduce carbon footprints. In reliability, we have classified it into reliability, and responsive customer service, and real-time GPS tracking in responsiveness, and other like routine checks and repair scheduling in labor intensity, and in partnership with other agencies in capability. Next slide. And so our product is based on typically service based. So in the service based line, we will be product by service. We have So the conclusion part will be the routine checks and repairing schedules of our app, and then we have partnered with a few agencies for fast speed, more coverage, app service, and good breaking. And the last, in the in initial ideas, we have taken again the routine checks and repair scheduling for the for improvement of the app-based service, and to appeal our bike service to the customers. We were working on some professional ways to develop our app. Thank you so much.
So any quick comments? Tom.
Which tool did you find most useful from your experience of this particular case?
I think all the tools were very much interrelated, because at first the first tool really helped us break down, because when we were confused rather where to put from a service perspective or a product perspective, or some companies, of course it's competitive, where we were thinking we were more superior to the other products. Now that perception, we declined that perception that we are not superior, but rather we are a very customer-centric, service-based business model, because we could find out that. And of course the interdependency metrics really helped us pinpoint it to the exact thing, that it was a product by service thing. We have to focus more on the labor intensity plus the production. Yeah, that's it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of the GIAN course on Product Service System Design, Methods and Tools with Design and Technology Management Perspective. It has been an enriching journey, and we are excited to wrap up these insightful days together. But first of all, I would like to introduce to you guys our esteemed guest today. We have Professor Deepak Sharma, the Associate Dean of Alumni and External Relations, IIT Guwahati, with us today. And we have Mrs. Smita Bhuya, Under Secretary to the Government of Assam, Journal Administration Department, with us. To begin, let's take a moment to reflect on the wonderful experience we had over the course. We have prepared a short video that highlights the key moments and experiences from our time together. Please enjoy. Guests to take their seats, please. Thank you for taking that walk down the memory lane with us. Now I would like to request each and every participants to introduce themselves. You guys just need to take your name and the affiliation. Okay? One by one.
Hello everyone. My name is Choro Vela and I'm from IIT Guwahati. I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's in design. I'm in my 4th year.
My name is Arya. I'm also from IIT Guwahati and currently in my BRes 4th year.
I'm Rohit. I'm doing my master's in design at IIT Guwahati.
My name is Swagat Gogoi, and I'm from Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Saurav Das and I am from the Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship.
Hello everyone, my name is Namrata. I am from Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship.
Hello, I'm Vaishali. I'm a research scholar at IIT Guwahati.
Hello, I am Dipankar Kashyap Kalita from Royal Global University. I'm currently studying mechanical engineering, sixth semester.
Hello, I'm Mohit and I'm currently pursuing my Masters in Design from IIT Guwahati itself.
Hello, my name is Mayank Chaurasia. I'm also doing my Master in Design from IIT Guwahati.
Hello, I'm Durga Prasad Mahapatra. I'm doing Masters in Design in IIT Guwahati.
Hello everyone, my name is Konkonjyoti Bora and I am currently pursuing my PhD in Tezpur University.
Hello, I am Antara Bhattacharjee. I completed my graduation last year under Guwahati University.
Hello, I'm Pinaki. I was a PR professional earlier and now I'm on a career break.
Hello, I'm Ishika Chakrabarti. I completed my graduation last year from Guwahati University.
Hello, my name is Arvind Malviya. I'm currently pursuing Masters in Design from IIT Guwahati.
Hello, I'm Harsh and I'm pursuing my Master in Design from IIT Guwahati.
Hello, I'm Rishabh Siddharth. I'm currently pursuing Masters in Design in IIT Guwahati.
Hi, I am Achin. I am pursuing my Masters from IIT Guwahati in Design.
Hi, my name is Samruth Prakash and I am also a Masters in Design student from IIT Guwahati.
Hi, my name is Ritam Sarkar and I am also pursuing Masters in Design from IIT Guwahati.
Hi everyone, my name is Prakash Singh and currently I am pursuing MBA from NIT Allahabad. Thank you.
Hello esteemed members, myself Om Prakash Kumar and I am doing MBA from Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Mansi Agarwal. I am currently pursuing my MBA from SOB IIT Guwahati.
Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to request few of you guys to give us feedback about the course and your experiences over these days. If anyone would like to offer their thoughts, please feel to do so. Anyone?
Hi, so I was a bit nervous when I first joined because this was completely new to me. I wanted to expand my forte to understand what goes in the product and service because I was working for clients. In the course, it was a really well described course and the curriculum was also well built, looking in the easy for everyone to grasp. And also on a note that later when I will work again in some other company, this will really help me and give better solution to the clients that I'll be working for. So I'm really glad that I took up this course and this will really help me. Thank you.
I just want to thank both Pratul sir and Sakao sir for this entire course. Like you can see that there was a lot of work put into sort of formulating this course, and also the lectures were really useful and it was taught really well. And I think this is going to take me forward in whatever I'm interested in. And also I'd like to thank you, Akanksha. I think it was really managed well.
Anybody else?
Thank you, sir, for organizing such a course. It was a great experience. We not only came to know about the methods and tools, but also what I found very insightful was how they have been developed, like from the research point of view. So I think I liked that very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone who shared their feedback with us. Next, we will proceed with the distribution of certificates. I would like to invite Professor Tomohiko Sakao to kindly come forward and distribute the certificates to the participants. I'll be calling you one by one, so kindly come to the stage to receive your certificates. Achint Shringi. Clap, clap, clap. Amrut Prakash. Antara. Arvind. Arya. Vaishali. Bhuvan Mahato. B. Pradeep Barua. Choravelu. Dipankar. Durga. Guys, you can clap, whenever anybody's receiving a certificate. Harsh. Ishika. Kankan. Mansi Agarwal. Mayank. Mohit. Namrata. Om Prakash. Pinake. Prakash Kumar. Rohit. Sandeep. Saurav. Swagat. Rishabh. Mayank. Rhythm. Shalini. I just need a photo with you. Thank you. I think everyone who's present has received certificates. Akarshan has gone downstairs. Sakao, sir, you can take your seat. Now I would like to request Professor Deepak Sharma, Associate Dean of Alumni and External Relations, IIT Guwahati, to come on stage and say a few words.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So the dignitaries on dais, Professor Sakao, Professor Pratul, Madam Smita, and all the participants, I hope the 5 days were useful to you. You have got many concepts, knowledges, and something which you might have, many new things you might have learned during those 5 days. If I give you a glance of IIT, I know there are so many students from IIT, but there are students outside or participant, outside from Guwahati, but some numbers will be new to IIT Guwahati students as well. So just to give you a glimpse, that currently, if I say we have around 8,500 plus students in the campus. And as of now, we have 22,000 plus alumni, which are, working around the globe. And there are 450 plus faculty members in IIT Guwahati, and you can see one of them, Professor Pratul Kalita, is here organizing this wonderful course. We have 102 plus visiting faculties. These faculties come from different universities, mainly outside India, and there are professors of practice as well. We have 11 departments, 5 schools, and 9 centers. And that's why across all the department and schools, we have different programs like BTech program, MTech, MSR by research, MBA, PhD program, and MTech program. There are many such programs there. We also offer various kinds of degrees that, as I said, BTech, PhD, joint degree programs and all. So we have been consistent in the ranking. So there is something called NIRF. Most of you already know. So we are consistent at the number 7. And at the QS ranking also, we are 344. With respect to the previous year, we have gained 20 position there. IIT Guwahati is also involved in various research activities. We have R&D department, And ongoing, if this is the data related to the 2024, we have ongoing projects worth of 360 crore, which are currently running, and 116 crore for the project, which we only received in the last year. So 360 is the total amount of the ongoing research, and the ongoing consultancy amounting 28.44 crores. Apart from that, IIT Guwahati also have incubation centers. We have new Gen IDC, we have TIC, we have BioNest, we have IIT Guwahati Research Park Foundation Entrepreneur Cell. So these are the many avenues where I can see people who are already working or they are studying, and our students, when they graduate, if they want to have their own startup, they can always come to IIT Guwahati. Apart from that, I would like to focus on some of the programs where our students get benefited. Basically, the student exchange program. There are various programs by which our students take part. They go to Japan, Korea, and the other part of the country, the Europe, especially the Europe. And we have active MOUs with the 67 international universities. And I just find it out that we have MOUs with many countries in Scandinavia, but somehow we are missing Sweden. So hopefully we are going to have the first MOU with the Sweden maybe after this. And apart from that, as I said, we have 102 plus honorary positions where we invite faculty members, like and we offer them adjunct faculty, visiting faculty, professor of practice. Generally, they work in the industry. We also welcome them to come to the institute, and honorary professor and distinguished professor. So these are some glimpses of the IIT which I wanted to share, and I'm sure by this many of you will be motivated, and I believe since this course is, I believe this course is useful, and we welcome you for all other courses or any visit if you want to come to IIT Guwahati. We are here, Professor Pratul is here. So with this, I thank all of you for your active participation, and would like to see you again and again in IIT Guwahati campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Deepak. Now we also have Professor TV Bharat with us, Head of Center for Education and Technology. I would like to request him to come on stage and say a few words.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries on the dais and all the learners. Good to see you after 5 days. We met on the first day, and still the faces are refreshing after 5 days of this particular course. That speaks a lot, speaks about the success of the 5-day workshop, our course. I had some discussion with Professor Pratul also in between, and it is good to learn that there are projects, hands-on sessions that have been conducted, and various sessions, interactive sessions that were conducted. And it's a wonderful opportunity when a global expert is sitting here and in the institute like IIT Guwahati, where you are interacting and discussing and also able to make some products, and then, hands-on having such kind of sessions is really remarkable. And I'm sure, although this is a valedictory function, the journey would not stop here. You all should network and also collaborate with us. And IIT Guwahati, as Professor Deepak mentioned, there are a number of opportunities awaiting for you. Through CET, Center for Educational Technology, we've been having several courses offered online, like NPTEL, degree programs, many other things. NPTEL alone, we have more than 750 courses developed from IIT Guwahati alone by our faculty members on various subjects, which are available for everybody for online on YouTube. So many courses, currently the registration is also open. You should register. And we have something called NPTEL Stars as well, where they would have done performed very well in 5-6 courses, where we named them as NPTEL Stars. So all of them are pursuing internship, also pursuing some pre-doc fellowships, at various institutions like IIT Guwahati and other IITs, other 5 IITs and IISc Bangalore. So they got opportunity to convert to MTech, PhD, and plenty of opportunities are available. I'm sure you'll be able to utilize such opportunities to, go up in your career. And this global initiative for academic networking, GIAN, is a wonderful platform for such networking, that too with international experts. And I would also like to congratulate all of you, those who have received participation certificates and successfully completing the course. And if there are any issues you found, such as maybe with hostel accommodation or something, so we'll try to improve. So I take complete responsibility as the CET head. And if you find something very comfortable, good, that credit goes to the entire team. Thank you so much. Yeah, good luck.
Thank you, Professor TV Bharat. Now I would like to request Professor Pratul Kalita to kindly felicitate Professor Tomohiko Sakao.
We have decided to felicitate Professor Tomohiko Sakao with some traditional unique items from the region, the state of Assam, right? So this bag consists of certain items, mainly handloom and handicraft items, right? So I just take the opportunity to just quickly show you, right? So this is again airy stall, and it's a natural dye, no, unique silk of Assam. Another piece of airy stall again, but it's pure. There is no dye here. Right? It's a fine airy stall. You won't find it in Stockholm. It's only available in Guwahati.
Sir, आप एक group photo के लिए, maybe for a group photo. Thank you, Professor Kalita. Now I would like to request Professor Tomohiko Sakao to give us closing remarks.
So, learners, I learned that term. I like that term. Learners, so congratulations for every learner. Allow me to extend my course, our course, a little bit, just 1 minute. I write papers, scientific papers, which is a product, no? And I create PowerPoint materials, that's also a product, no? So in this week, I could provide teaching. That's a service activity. And the service activity requires not only the provider, but also the recipient, you. Without you, learners, the course would have been impossible, obviously. So that's why I would like to thank every one of you for making this course very meaningful, at least from my point of view, and comfortable, And I would like to thank Pratul and also Akansha and Shari for the support. In addition to the support from the central part of the university, central different parts of the university to make this course happen. Last word is about value. I believe it is from now onward when you create the value. So meaning that in the rest of your academic education, but also after graduating the university, I want you to create and capture the value depending on your ambition and needs. With that, I would like to thank everyone involved in the course, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Sakao. Now I would like to request Professor Pratul Kalita to give a vote of thanks.
So this is my responsibility to offer the formal vote of thanks to all who have actually participated in this particular program. Professor Tomohiko Sakao, thank you very much for agreeing to our invitation and traveling all the way from Stockholm, spending your valuable time with us. As I told you on the inauguration day itself, he has a very busy schedule, and somehow he has managed, right? And this evening itself, he is flying back, right? So we thought of hosting him for maybe another 2 or 3 days, but he's a busy man, right? So he just did not compromise with his professional and academic commitments, and then he's going back. So thank you, Professor Sakao, for your kindness and your good gesture that you have shown by accepting our invitation. And we strongly believe that our relationship with you, your research group, will continue. And maybe we'll be able to create a better value that you are talking about, quote unquote value, that as a researcher in the field of PSS, we should be able to create better value with the help of this kind of collaboration. Thank you once again. We are indeed grateful to Professor Deepak Sharma, the Associate Dean of Alumni and Academic Affairs. So he's the right fit for this kind of occasion when we have a foreign faculty, right? And Deepak Sharma is the focal point of any international collaboration, right, that happens with IIT Guwahati. So I had the privilege of inviting him, and he immediately accepted my invitation. And he's here with us, and I'm sure he will take this dialogue forward. He has already initiated some discussion with Professor Sakao, and maybe in the days to come, we'll see some formal MOU with Scandinavian University, mainly with the University of Sweden, in general, and in particular Linköping University. So thank you, Professor Sharma, for accepting my invitation. Mrs. Smita Bhuya, representing Government of Assam, right? So General Administration Department, Government of Assam, she is here with us. I had all the privilege again to invite her, as she's my better half, right? She just could not say no. I said, okay, spend some time with us. And she's representing Government of Assam here, and whenever there's a cultural exchange or the foreign delegates come here, the focal point again from Government of Assam is the General Administration Department. So that's a coincidence, and she is with us. I'm thankful to her. I'm thankful to Akanksha and Shalini. They are the one who made it happen, right? So. So for any of my programs, me, Professor Deepak, and we have another friend, Professor Sukhmay Pal, we keep on organizing different management development programs. Without Akanksha, we just cannot think of, right? right? So she is the one, she will run after us, or you give us this data, this, that is very meticulous. God bless you, my dear. She has done a wonderful job, right? Shalini, she's a new to our lab, right? But amazingly, she has just picked up the culture of this lab, right? So where we see, so actually from our lab, we do a lot of industry interactions, and she's the one who has immediately picked it up, and I'm sure Shalini will take this thing forward, as because Akanksha is senior, right? So maybe within, if God permits, maybe she would submit her thesis within 1 year. Shalini has to go another 4 years, right? So the responsibility is slowly getting transferred to Shalini. I'm so thankful to you that you have immediately picked it up, and God bless you. Akarshan is an intern, right? So who has spent almost an year with us, right? So small boy, right? Right? With a big heart, no? So whatever you ask him, he'll always come forward. Thank you, Akarshan, for your support. My heartfelt thanks goes to all the participants who have primarily come from the outside the state, right? So so my BDS and my MDS students, or my students from School of Business, they are from our home, right? But my special thanks goes to the people who have come from the other organizations. No, you have decided to participate in this particular program, and you have come, you have spent time with us, you have collaborated with us, you have collaborated with our students, no? And this relationship has to go on, right? So we could see people from Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship. We have seen people from NIT Allahabad. No, the Mahakumbh is going on, but they are here. You see, thank you so much. People from Tezpur University, right? So thank you very much for coming here and spending time with us. And this bond and this friendship and relationship has to go in a long way. My thanks to the students who are from our home department, or maybe from School of Business, right? That's my another home, because I represent both Department of Design and School of Business. Coffee for you, right? So I promise coffee for you, right? So thank you so much for showing your interest and support for this program, right? We will work together, right? We are thankful to CET, Professor T.V. Bharat, who has helped us in formalizing the entire course, and the coordinating institute for GIAN program is IIT Hyderabad. So we are thankful to the coordinating institute and the Ministry of Education for supporting this particular program, because what finally matters is money, right? So in order to execute this kind of program, you need fund, right? So Government of India, under aegis of Ministry of Education, they have supported this program, and as a result, we all are here, right? So we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the officers and the people who have supported us in this entire journey. We are thankful to all the technical staff of CET, right? Kaushik, no? So Kaushik had been always, right, forerunner. And the CET staff, everyone, cameraman, and the person who was always holding the camera and catching all the moments, right? Our Shalini could make it, right? But he's the one who supplied the raw data, you see? So thank you very much. Thank you all. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kalita. I would also like to thank all of the participants. And now I would like to request you guys to proceed outside for high tea and continue discussions. Thank you.